In the economic debate, there is a new big interest in the role. Excuse me. There is a new big interest in the role of the infrastructure in growth process.
Raffaele,
Indeed,
sorry.
yeah.
Did you do you stop the presentation, the sharing? The presentation.
Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes, yes, now yeah. So
Okay. Of course. In the role of roads and motorways has changed over time, given developments in technology and alternative forms of transport. From analysis of the investment policies, it has become clear that it is only the infrastructure that guarantees the socio-economic developments of a given geographical area. In fact, in the last 15 years, we have been seeing a tendential increase in infrastructure investment throughout the interior peninsula, but the gaps remain more or less that the same, declaring the failure of cohesion policies. The reason is presumably to be found in approach to investment choice based only on the decrease of capital stock invested, rather than the accessibility of one region over another. Therefore, in the following paper, an attempt was being made to answer the following question: how can the effectiveness of country infrastructure system in promoting economical and social development be assessed? How can the achievement of objective imposed at European level within the motorway sector be assessed by individual country? Over the years, a taxonomy of indicators has emerged in the literature in order to be able to analyze the actual status of infrastructure in a country, but it is not able to provide one conclusion on the subject of measuring infrastructure endowments. The usual starting point is the monetary expenditure. Its objective is to understand the policy and public finance choice in allocating resource between infrastructure and or other investments. But it is complex to understand historical data in a way to be comparable over many years. Then there are the physical infrastructure endowments. These summarize measurement of road length, number, and size of lanes. Therefore, they make it possible to measure transport supply, but not transport accessibility and interconnection. The third category of indicators are average infrastructure utilization indicators. They are calculated as the ratio between the actual traffic and the maximum potential capacity of the facility and show how the infrastructure is used by user. Quantitative indicator presents a lot of problems. The first is the difficulty in identify a standardization criteria that allows for robust territorial comparison. Another limitation is the fact that monetary or physical measure prevent the evolution of more general aspect concerning quality, intensity, use of networks. To compensate for this limitation, there are the accessibility indicators, which consider two different dimensions of transport interconnection. The set of opportunities related to connecting the potential market and the effort to realize this connection. Um, In particular, the accessibility indicator in a given territory must be measured accurately. The quantity of roads or the amount of public resource invested in a particular period represent important information, but by themselves are not sufficient to provide a realistic representation of how well transport actually function to serve a local economy. Accessibility is usually defined as an estimate of attractiveness of a region in economic terms through the model weight infrastructure. Therefore, it also considered as a proxy variable of how well the motorway system is managed in regulatory terms. The accessibility of the region is equal to the sum of products of the function which measure GDX, which measure the opportunities to connect to the markets of one region, and the function FWV, which measure the cost for moving to one region from another. Depending on what is included in the function JDX and FDX, different indicators of accessibility are obtained. These indicators are based on the theory of new economic geographies and the analytical tool of a potential market. The potential market is the ability of an area to assess relevant to market. All accessibility indicators depend on three important choices: the impediment function, the mass variable, and the territorial reference perimeter. In literature, there are some models, and in particular, we have proposed a new model of in the accessibility indicators, but overall, they have these following characteristic. The variable mass is intended to represent the size of the target region. The impediment function has always been modeled as a negative function, exponential function, so as to represent the create disintensive in reaching distant location. The alpha parameters represent the speed with which the cost damage the influence of the mass. It is fixed in a discrete manner or estimated on the basis of a linear cost function, as carried out in our paper. The reference boundary is always the individual country. The following slide proposes two formulations found in literature. The first, on the left, the first is that provided by new economy geographies theory, in which the impediment function is represented by the geographical distance between two locations. The second formulation is that proposed by Alampia and Messina, where geographical distance are replaced by travel times. They make it possible to obtain more stable territorially comparison, since the use of times doesn't require normalization criteria, and enrich the analysis with new important qualitative aspects, like connection speed, degree of congestion. On the basis of the following observation, it was decided to propose a new accessibility indicator where we have as a mass variable waste the resident population of the region, and as impediment function a negative exponential function in relation to the transport cost to be incurred in order to reach a given potential market. The new important aspect that we have introduced in this paper and is the transport cost. The reference data set for estimating transport cost was obtained on the basis of the work carried out by European Commission estimating road transport costs between every region, updated to 2021. The relative cost related data are related to average cost of road freighted transport between pairs of same trade with the region in order to consider the distribution of activities with the nation. In particular, the following database contain an estimate of a general transport cost between all possible regions in EU continents at level NOTS 2. NOTS 2. Showed the following impediment function, it considers both distance and time related cost, as well as parameter endogenous and exogenous to regulatory scheme, such as tolls, taxes, and verify their impact. In order to assess the information gains of the proposed formulation, it has decided to compare the indicators proposed in the following paper with data arrayed present in the literature, recalculating all values using the dataset updated to 2021. Obviously, the proposed model has a lot of limitation. It doesn't not allow to provide indication on which variable to intervene in order to decrease cost and increase accessibility. The analysis was conducted for road freight transport only. The notion of potential market for freight transport cannot be the same for passenger transport. Therefore, possible developments could be consideration of conjunction in time measure, specification of notion of potential market on the basis of a production characteristic. Step by step, we can see in this slide how the center peripheral physiognomy is abandoned, where a core of a concentric region with high accessibility is contrasted by a set of peripheral or island region. In the last representation, it can be seen that the Italy has a high value reflecting its attractiveness in production terms but penalized by the strong infrastructure backwards, which determines a lower competitiveness of our productive system. The last part of the paper is to inspect the European objective and investment. Nowadays, there is more and more talk of the need for a European state to adapt to the sustainable development target imposed at EU level in order to respond in a unit way to the new challenge of this period. The objective is to identify those dimensions on which to intervene at a regulatory level so that each country is compliance with this target. The main target imposed by Green Deal in the European continent are road safety, climate change resilience, promotion of sustainable mobility, and circular economy as sustainable material. In order to able to conduct an efficiency analysis of the achievement of EU target by individual European country, a proxy variable was assumed for each target: road safety, number of victims per thousand inhabitants, resilience to climate change, CO2 emission, promotion of sustainability mobility, average of CO emission of new registered passenger cars. This is an important indicator used at the European level to take into account how efficient a country is becoming in the production of low emission vehicles, circular economy, and sustainable material investment. For we have the investment in maintenance. In this slide, we can see the methodology used. The analysis was conducted following the principle of deterministic frontier analysis. In particular, we have respected this step to achieve our results. Normalization of the dataset relative to the study sample because the sample isn't homogeneous. This operation allows to compare different datasets of varying nature and to calculate an optional frontier discrete in a horizontal plane placed at one unit height. As shown in the following slide, we can see the relative Euclidean distance that represent the country's performance level. It is characterized as a vector which n components as many as there are evaluation parameters. It was decided to use the average of the Euclidean distance to the frontier of the best practice for making a relative comparison with respect to achievement of European targets of 19 countries analyzed. In the last slide, we can see the results of this analysis, and in the central scheme, we can see the global indicator that consider the equal height that each target has with respect to overall value. For this reason, it is fundamental to understand which of these different values included in the overall index contribute most to the result obtained. In particular, for Italy, we note how our country has an intermediate position. In fact, the excellent result achieved in the term of average of CO2 emission for new cars and CO2 emission for transport are penalized by the very poor result in terms of safety and maintenance. After these two kind of analysis, we can have this conclusion. The size of the network of the infrastructure doesn't guarantee the greater economic strength or greater social inclusion because the infrastructure must be evaluated in their ability to increase accessibility to and from potential market. In the last point, we can see that the investment and regulatory policy must take into account, on one hand, the needs of the production system and the production demand, on the other, the new European targets for sustainable development, so as to make the infrastructure capable of supporting developments in terms of socioeconomic of the European continent. With this, thank you for attention.
Thank you so much, Raffaele, for your interesting contribution. It's really interesting, and so I really appreciate your presentation. So I think that it could be very interesting to reflect on the sustainable performance of different production sector, in this specific case about the infrastructure. So I imagine that it could be uh, a good inspiration for apply this methodology, specifically regards the indication of a new accessibility indicator for measuring the accessibility in multiple point of view about the infrastructure system. And if there are some questions, some consideration about this contribution, you are free to share something or or not. Okay, so for you, I have a brief question for you. How do you imagine to integrate the accessibility study with the other ones about the sustainability measurement? What do you think how we can integrate this aspect?
In the methodology that we can see in this paper, we can also use in different point as for all systems that include the regulatory terms, and we can see we don't have the market law that imposes the targets to achieve, obviously, but we can see other aspects that are more important, that the effect of a new implementation of regulation in deterministic market. So we can see in this paper the case of infrastructure of motorways, but we can see this aspect in all kind of market that respect these parameters, the regulation of all the kind of infrastructure that are public interest.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. So,
Thank all.
bye.
Bye bye.
So we can follow up with the second contribution, and that I think that we can uh, restart with the program. And I'm very pleasure to introduce the contribution of the engineer Gabriella Maselli, Pasquale Persico, Professor Antonio Nessico, and the PhD student Federica Russo. The title of the contribution is Research, Development, Innovation Project for Territorial Cohesion in Inland Marginal Area, Economic Analysis of Social and Cultural Benefits. So you can start, and you have
Thank you.
maximum 20 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Francesco, for the introduction. I share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you again, Francesco, for your introduction. And I am Gabriella Maselli, a research fellow from the Department of Civil Engineering of University of Salerno. And the other authors of this contribution, other me, are Professors Pasquale Persico and Antonio Nestico, and Federica Russo. This slide summarizes the main point of today's presentation. So after a brief introduction of the problem, we analyzed the research aim, and we have a characterization in the section 3 of the model of the methodology, and these methodologies is then applied to a case studies. And in the last section, we present the main perspective and conclusion of these studies. In recent decades, the increasing migration from inland to urban areas is intensifying the leading market imbalance between metropolises and small towns worldwide. On the one hand, cities and urban areas are growing very rapidly and are responsible for the majority of energy use and environmental crisis. On the other hand, there is a depopulation of small towns which are increasing isolated from an economic, social, and cultural point of view, and where the main risks concern the degradation of the built heritage. For this reason, protecting inland and marginal areas becomes an opportunity for the sustainable development of nations. It is therefore fundamental to proceed with a well-structured program of intervention that is coherent and compatible with the local culture, and that is in step with the dynamics of the global economy and the technological revolution. So various programs and intervention strategies introduced by European and non-European governments, such as the European Neural Network for Rural Development, show that investing in the research, development, and innovation can be a crucial line of action for the economic valorization of marginalized urban context. Within this framework is the Italian government's initiative Ecosystem for Innovation in the South in a marginalized urban context, financed by the Supplementary Fund to the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. And the aim of this investment is to promote the social and environmental regeneration of the most degraded urban areas in southern Italy, characterized by the population and abandonment of inland areas. So while the literature and the action implemented so far by government shows that shows the importance of innovation as a driver of opportunity for marginalized areas, there is a lack of a systematic framework that can support evaluators in the selection of effective intervention strategies. So these are complex interventions involving a lot of actors and target group. In addition, such initiative generate a series of social, cultural, and environmental externalities that need to be adequately considered in evaluation in order to able to make a correct judgment on the social profitability of investments. Therefore, the aim of its contribution is to define a decision support model for processes aimed at setting up the ecosystem of innovation. But what is an ecosystem of innovations? It is a network of universities, research organization, territorial public bodies, and qualified public and private entities that promote and implement research, development, and innovation infrastructures. This is to facilitate technological transfer and accelerate the digital transformation of companies' production processes with a view to economic and environmental sustainability and social impact on the territory. So this research intends to characterize a decision support model for innovative project promoted in the context of ecosystem of innovation that can guide the analyst in estimating the social cost and the benefit deriving from research and development infrastructure, assessing the social return on investment, and analyze the investment risky variables and the critical issues to be addressed in order to define strategic guidelines for setting up and managing ecosystem of innovation. The logical operation step on which the model is based are 5: definition of project goals and evaluation parameters, cost analysis of the research center on the research and innovation infrastructure, identification of a target group and analysis of social benefits, assessment of social profitability, and analysis of risk and evaluation of investment risks. The defined model is applied with reference to the following project in the municipality of Tramutola in Basilicata region in Italy that concern the creation of a sustainable energy and environmental monitoring research center. This project is promoted within the framework of the call for proposal Ecosystem for Innovation in the South in marginalized urban context promoted by the Agency for Territorial Cohesion. The project was promoted by the Inter-University Consortium for forecasting and preventing major risks in partnership with the National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology. Tramutola is a municipality of about 3,000 inhabitants in the Basilicata region, an area exposed to the phenomenon of seismicity and seismicity induced by oil well extraction. And in fact, in Basilicata, the ENGV seismic network includes 14 seismic stations and 14 geodetic stations. This project envisages the strengthening of research infrastructure in the region with the aim to create an advanced environmental monitoring network, and the objective is to analyze the geothermal potential of Basilicata region in view of a possible recovery of the wells decommissioned by Eni and other oil companies operating in the area. In more general terms, the goal is to transform these areas into a place of studies, research, and training through the creation of a campus dedicated to sustainable energy technologies and environmental monitoring. Research Center for Sustainable Energy and Environmental Monitoring will be located in Palazzo Terzella, which will be restored and house 3 main laboratories and space for social inclusions. The second step involved the estimation of investment costs, including cost for the renovation and structural adaptation of Palazzo Terzella, seismic geodetic network and environmental monitoring network, and costs for tools, equipment, and machinery. In addition, we have estimated operating costs, including personnel, materials, and services for the operation and the repair of equipment for laboratory, and ordinary and extraordinary maintenance. But the crucial stage of this contribution and this model was the analysis of the social benefit of the project, the identification of the relevant target groups, and the identification of the approach for estimating each benefit. Specifically, we estimated the following benefits: development of new improved products, services, and technologies, new patents, increased birth rate of startup and spin-off, knowledge spillovers, learning by doing, human capital formation, knowledge outcomes and their impact, social benefit for target groups, and recreational benefit for the general public. We assess, first of all, the benefit derived from products and new technologies developed by Research Center. The social value of this product is expressed by estimating the incremental share of profit expected from their sale. It is a function of the number of expected innovation and the incremental profit directly attributable to the innovation. Again, 2 new patents are expected from the research centers in 20 years, and this benefit is estimated in terms of incremental social value, considering the number of the patents derived from the infrastructure, the marginal social value of the patents, which takes into account both the private value and the externality in terms of knowledge spillover. And we have estimated the value of new startup and spin-off. In fact, since the research center on the oral infrastructure contribute to an increase in the birth and survival rate of startup and spin-off, this benefit can be evaluated as the incremental profit expected and obtained by the firms, since they are able to live longer than in the absence of the project. So the evaluation of a spin-off and startup profits requires the determination of the following parameters. Annual number of a spin-off startup expected to be created as a result of the research center, expected value of annual profit and spin-off startup in the country and in the reference sector, average the duration of a spin-off startup in the country and in the reference sector. And in each slide, we summarize the result of the elaboration. It is important to underline that the project also generates knowledge spillovers in terms of industry databases or software for companies non-directly benefiting from the project. The value of this benefit is estimated by assuming that the software and the database are not currently available on the market, and that the cost of the individual product is estimated as a function of the time spent by the researchers on its realization. It is expected that each of the three laboratories will be able to realize a new software or database. Again, we estimate the benefits of the learning by doing processes enjoyed by the high-tech providers involved in the design, development, or operation of the technological innovation infrastructure. Companies that can access the innovation produced realized by the research center can in turn use them to produce further innovations. Again, the benefit is assessed through the shadow profit of no-user companies attributable of the research center or through the estimated avoided costs. The benefit in terms of human capital formation is enjoyed by young researchers and graduates involved in the activity of the research and development infrastructure, and these human resources having the opportunity to work in the infrastructure acquire an advantage in terms of professional experience and career prospects compared to a situation of no participation in the project. So this advantage is expressed in terms of incremental salary accumulated over a working life compared again to the scenario without the project. For researcher and academics, one of the main benefits of working in the research center is the opportunity to access experimental data, to contribute to the production of technological innovation, and to disseminate knowledge results through scientific publication. So the marginal value of a publication is estimated through the marginal scientific cost of a production approach. And this marginal scientific cost is representative of the time spent by scientists to conduct research activities and to produce the related output at appropriate shadow wages. Furthermore, the value of the publication is a function of the impact of the publication on the scientific community. The social benefit from the new knowledge produced is equivalent to the avoided cost per capita of the population potentially affected by the earthquake risk, or their willingness to pay for the reduced environmental risk. And in this regard, an expeditious method is to adopt the available market insurance premiums for the type of risk under consideration in order to approximate the value of the avoided damage to the social capital. Finally, several social and recreational activities are planned in the project. In particular, activities such as the preparation of the open-air museum for the visit of some of the most significant well areas, or the organization of the event about the issue of energy transition and the use of energy sources, generate a recreational benefit for all users of the infrastructure. Therefore, the marginal social value of the benefit is expressed through the willingness to pay of visitors, estimated through the travel cost method. The analysis return a positive result both in terms of net present value and internal rate of return. The risk analysis showed that even under conservative assumption, the project is capable of generating positive impacts on the community. So in conclusion, well-structured intervention programs are needed to protect marginal areas, such as the areas in southern Italy, and the action and the programs implemented by government show and demonstrate that investing in the research and development can be an important action to promote territorial cohesion in marginal areas. But it is lacking a systematic framework that can support evaluators in the selection of effective intervention strategies. So the research aims to define an economic model for the evaluation of a project in the field of research and development, which focuses on the analysis of cultural and social benefits. The application to case study of Tramutola shows how investment in knowledge and applied knowledge can become a concrete driver of opportunities for marginalized urban contexts, fostering their productivity and long-term growth. Thanks all for your attention.
So thanks so much, Gabriela, for your super interesting contribution. So I just read your paper.
Thank you. Thank you, Francesco.
I'm really excited in your contribution and your development, because I think that it is super interesting and it's super helpful for integrating the economic accounting of the social benefits by different type of project. And so in this perspective, I think that your contribution, it is really, really important.
Thank you.
And so if there are some questions, some consideration about the contribution of the presentation of Gabriela, you feel free to share something. Okay, so I have a couple of curiosity and last one, a question, if I can. So the first one is about the time frame. So which is the time that you have used for estimating the social benefits in economic terms? Because I think that each benefits can have specifically and a corresponding time frame of reference. And so I would ask I to manage this factor in your analysis.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question and for your feedback on my presentation and on our presentation. And we have conducted both financial analysis and both economic analysis. In this presentation, we show only the result concern the economic result, in which we are summarize the main social and cultural benefit. And according to the indication of guide to cost benefit analysis for this type of project, or project regard research and development, innovation and startup, we have used we have evaluated the benefit in a time of 20 years. And in a first moment, we have analyzed the benefit also in a time more longer, but we also according to the guidelines, we have seen that the benefit are very high, just in the first year on the evaluation, and we have estimated this data based on the indication of startup, of a spin-off, of laboratory in the Salerno, through the surveys of the laboratory in the campus, in the different department, and we have estimated this data about this information. And because this is an economic analysis, we have used a social discount rate of 3%, according again to guidelines to cost benefit analysis of investment projects.
Okay, good, it's fine.
Thank you.
So, and for conclusion, you can. This is my curiosity. Did you think that this method can be applied in upscaling, so a more large scaling, investigating the investment between different multiple small towns and not only within the small town?
Yes, so thank you again for these questions. Also, yes, this is a very interesting consideration, and really we have shown only this result. But this application, this project is more large and concern a more large scale. In particular, the idea of the Inter-Center University Kugri is the creation of an innovation hub that include 4 different areas: the inner Cilento, the Basilicata, and in particular the Amalfitane coast, and in particular this network of of university and research centers, and this project concern in particular an innovation hub based on 4 different small towns. Tramonti near Salerno, Tramutola in Basilicata region, the Roscigno in the inner Cilento, and Torre Orsaia again in Cilento. So our idea is to implement this model on a large area, and in particular this is applied to each research and development and innovation hub, also at different scale.
Okay, so super interesting. So I will expect your results and your upgrading. And
Okay,
so,
thank you.
thank you so much, Gabriella, for your.
Thank you so much, Francesco. It was a great pleasure.
Yeah, me too. See you. So we follow up for the one of the last contribution by the presenter. I think that it will be Rossana.
Hi.
So Nesna, hi. Hi, Nesna.
I have a small question regarding participation certificate. When will receive it?
So I think that you will receive the certification in the following day, and so after the ending of the conference. So don't worry that you will receive it in the briefly time.
Okay, we will receive it by end of the conference.
Yeah. Often, yeah. I think yes. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Sorry.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, bye. So sorry. And so we can follow up with the contribution that will be presented by the architect Rossana Ranieri.
Good morning.
Hi. So the contribution, sorry, just a moment. Is about is entitled Unveiling the Potential Use of Illuar Equations in the Utility Additivity Analysis for Mass Appraisal. And it is by the Professor Tajani, the Professor Sica, Professor Maria Sala Guarini, Professor Luigi Marano, and the researcher Rossana Ranieri. So you can
Thank you.
get free, and you have 50 time for your presentation.
Thank you for your kind presentation. So this is how the presentation is organized. Few information about the context where we are moving, of course, the objectives and the aim of the research, and then we start with analyzing the utility additive approach mixed with the Eulerian mathematical approach in order to achieve the structuring of an optimization algorithm that we are going to translate it into a software language in order to implement the database we have for this research. Then few conclusion and some future insight of this research. Few lines about the context, the global context in where we are moving. Starting from the 2021, the real estate market start again to increase its value and is expected to continue this trend of increasing value for the next year. We still have the pandemic effects that really change the way we live in our houses and the way we work. And of course, we do not have to forget about the geopolitical crisis started by the Ukrainian war that really affect the oil sector, in particular the energy sector. So these three main factors, there are others, but these three main factors really affect the stability of the real estate market. So having a method, an approach that is able to find out important information about the process of formation of price could be so useful both for public administration but also for private investors. In Italy, we feel the consequences of these three aspects at the global level, but we have also other issues that really affect the market. In particular, the National Resilience and Recovery Plan that will give us a huge amount of money, and but this money, this huge amount of resources, must be allocated in a proper way in order to really transform the country. And of course, the building process, the construction process and sector, and of course, the real estate sector are really involved in this changing process, because as you see, the famous six mission of the National Resilience and Recovery Plan are really really involves the construction sector. You see infrastructure, you see ecological transition, you see digitalization, innovation, and so on. Of course, as I mentioned before, having a model that could be able to explain the relationship between price and some specific characteristics in order to assess a property could be really useful. So the aim of this research is to define an operational paradigm to, as I mentioned, find out how specific price of specific properties are made. Also, we have to investigate this from a specific point of view that are we are going to be helped by Euler with the Euler equation that we use as an approach to investigate the marginal utility. And then, of course, we analyze the results, comparing different results according to this operational paradigm that is, for the first time, is mixing a utility additive approach or technique and the Euler equation. So on one hand, we have the Utah technique that are often used for analyzing real estate market, and on the other hand, we have Euler equations that are often used for explaining consumer theory or consumption models in general. So mixing those two aspects, those two approach, we are going to define our paradigm and analyze how the different utility functions developed according to the Euler equations are going to give us different results. Of course, we have to do it with, we could do it by hand, but it's not easy to do. So we have, we use the operational research tool that is the AMPL software. And I'm going to show you to the next few words about the utility additive approach. Given a set of alternatives and a set of criterion, this approach allows us to calculate the global utility as a sum of specific marginal utility that here in this form, the first formula are indicated with the letter V. So the global utility of an alternative according to specific criterion that characterize each alternative. Of course, we have to assume that the criteria are independent among them. And so we could calculate the global utility as a sum using this additive technique of a single marginal utility or specific criteria related to a specific alternative. Of course, there is the presence of a custom term. So the Utah approach, the Utah techniques enables to quantify the contribution of each criteria and the global utility of each alternative. And the goal is to minimize the error between the global utility estimated and the global utility detected. In our case, referring to the selling price. And this is in the equation 3, we could find out the objective function that pursue our aim, so to minimize the error between, as I say, the global utility and the price for each alternatives, of course. But let's go to the other hand. The other hand is the Eulerian mathematical approach. Often, as I say, Euler equations are used to study consumption theory or the theory of consumer. And we have three main functions in order to explain the utility. We have quadratic, exponential, and iselastic. Here in this table, you could see both the formula for the general utility function in order to understand the difference, but I think it's quite clear for everyone, and the specific marginal utility function. The novelty of the approach described in this research is the mixing up the utility additive approach and this way of calculating the utility functions. So we start thinking how to resolve this issue, and of course the use of an operational research model could be very useful because we already have the objective functions. We could use the Eulerian formulas as constraints, and of course we have the universe of reference. So we, in order to solve this mathematical model that we imagine mixing up the Utah approach and the Eulerian function, we try to translate it into an operational tool that is AMPL, an AMPL software that is able to pursue our objective function, customizing it with some solvers that are able to respect the constraints given by the Eulerian formulas. So the next step of the research is to translate the mathematical model into AMPL, the AMPL language. So we already have defined the shape of our utility function that is that its aim is to pursue the minimizing of the error, so the distance between the variables detected and the global utilities. So we have here the shape of the objective function. We already have chosen what are our constraints, and so we make run the software. The constraints, of course, are connected to the Eulerian formula for the different type of utility functions. So this is the output that we could find into the AMPL software. So this is the editing form, the editing shape of MPL. So we have the chosen parameters, we put in the objective function, and we try different constraints according to the Euler formula. I'm sorry if this image are not so clear, but those are the editing lines of the MPL for the linear Euler formula, exponential, and isoelastic. So we test the database for the residential sector in Rome, and we have different, of course, different results. So our objective was to find out how different constraints could affect the database implementing. Why is so important and is so useful this type of approach? Because it's a very effective tool both for public administration and for private operators in order to monitor their assets. In particular, for the private operators, could be very useful in order to update and verify the market values of their portfolio, and because it's a very efficient tool, and once you have settled the model in the software, the implementing of the software it's not so complicated, of course, and could be very effective, of course, for private companies in order to monitor their assets, in order to assess if the values are consistent with the market or not, still consistent or not. But also it's important for the public administration in order to monitor the management costs of the public buildings, or in order to determine the effects in short, medium, and long term of the property tax policies, and in order to check the variation in the price or in the property price. And so we have the possibility to make this type of investigation at different times. So we could check the result at different times in order to have a proper monitor of the value of the effect, for example, of tax policies, or also of the effect of bonus that could really change the property price. Future insight of the research is, of course, to understand better which is the most effective utility function according to the Euler formulas, and to implement this operational tool to um, a bigger number of items in order to have a bigger universe of reference to pursue the aim of like define a universal function that could be the most effective for the real estate assessment. So I run because I think we were late. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for your interesting presentation, Roxana. It's
Thank
really
you.
so. If it's possible, you stop the sharing. So
Yes, I try. I think I've done.
okay, it's work. Okay, so thank you so for presentation. It's I think that it could be interesting in the approach, and so if there are other ones that have some suggestions, some consideration about these methods, see, this investigation that was started. I don't know. Yeah. So there is a question in presence. So just.
Mhm. I don't hear you.
So do you hear something or not? No.
I don't hear the question.
Okay, so the question is if it is possible to use this approach, this model, for predictive analysis.
Of
For
course, because it depends on the database you use in order to implement this approach. Because the utility function could be used, and often the Euleran formulas are used for predictive analysis, but it depends on the information you have on your item of the database.
Okay, so the point, another point is to for you, it could be applied this method, these models for this type of function of utility in the different fields of study. For example, in the environmental modeling analysis, or in the prediction of the social benefits by
Of
implementing.
course. Of course, because this is um, not a specific approach for real estate, because as I say, the type of information you put in could make you able to analyze different sector and different aspects of many factors, because the approach is quite general, and I don't want to use the word universal, but is a transversal approach that could be able to investigate different issues in so different sectors. So of course you could use, because it depends on the criteria you choose for each alternatives, and of course the choosing of the input the information, so the alternatives, and in the specific way the choosing the specific criteria allow you to investigate the contribution that each criteria, the criteria you prefer, you could use. So it really depends on the criteria you choose for the alternatives, and it could be easy to investigate in other sectors or other issues that are not strictly related to the real estate sector.
Okay, good, good, super interesting. Thank you so much, Rossana,
Thank you.
for your excellent contribution. And so I think that we can follow up with the last contribution that I will present briefly, because the idea was that was present the doctors Sessa by University of Salerno, but it was some problems that it was not possible to be here, and so I will present briefly the contribution. Just a moment. Sure. So, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
So, the current contribution is by the Dr. Sessa and me. It is regard the role of the renewable energy communities for promoting the sustainable urban development. Specifically, we can start to say that now it is current issue to integrate the sustainable concept within the decision-making processes by the investor and the private subject. In particular, declination of the sustainable development is expressed in the triple terms, the ESG, environmental, social, and governance. because there is the current and the growing needs to integrate the environmental aspects, the social and the governance aspect within the decision-making processes, specifically regarding the investor and the private subject. So the aim of the current contribution is to investigate the potential of integration of this aspect within the decision-making processes by the investor subject, in order to with the aim, with the vision to realize the so-called the energy communities, in particular under the aspect of about the environmental field. We can read the energy efficiency, and according to this aspect, the call by the European Commission or the international governments is oriented to create in the current territorial context some really energy communities, particularly the renewable energy communities, which can contribution to the energy transition of different territorial contexts. So we know in general terms that sustainable development, it is a particular issue. It is more interesting also in the investment sector, in particular in the energy sector, promoting objectives such as energy consumption, carbon footprint reduction, low cost and low carbon electricity supply. And according to these different items, there is the needs by the European Commission to create a really community of energy that these different items issues can be reduced by investing according to different type of action that we will start at first by the building sector. The question that can be individualized behind this research are two main questions. The first one is to analyze and understand the actual benefits that can be derived that the renewable energy communities can provide in optic to achieve the sustainable urban development goals. And the second one is to consider for how we can create and define the really renewable energy communities according to which criteria, according to which indicators, that we can collect them according to the sustainable guidelines in the some reports by the European Commission, and how we can, after individualizing the renewable energy communities, how we can transform and translate these communities into potential sustainable area for the sustainable production. And for example, it was a lot of discussed about the identification of the industrial area as the potential plot for creating the energy communities. The field of investigation about the energy communities is a large phenomenon, and the community becomes a place where the willpower of different actors located in a specific area. So we will see how the integration of different stakeholders and the identification of particular needs, it is an essential and helpful action for identifying the sense and the meaning of the energy communities in energy according to the energy cooperative. In this paper, the concept of the energy community in the perspective, in the view of creating a useful platform for the production of renewable energy will be discussed and investigated. Actually, we define different key components for identifying energy communities. In particular, we have investigated some key components about specifically the so-called eco-industrial parks that are an example of renewable territorial area in energy communities. There are different attempts to investigate the conversation of this area into energy communities, and there are some efforts to propose some criteria indicators for investigating and for measuring, counting the performance of this area, for this industrial area, as potential energy communities. So we have done some briefly literature review about what are the main indicators, criteria that we have used for identifying and define in concrete terms the energy communities in a specific territorial context of reference. And we have a proposed approach that it is referred specifically to a multi-criteria assessment techniques, and it is applied then investigating what are the main methods and tools that we can use, for example, by MPL software, Excel, Lingo, and other operational resource optimization algorithms according to the defined objective function that it is called to promote the production of renewable energy resources according to the domain interests that the stakeholders can be represented. So the theoretical approach that have repercussion in mathematical terms is characterized by by identification of some items that have mathematical meanings. For example, which the variables are the area that we want to investigate. For each area, we can associate the cost of renewing or intervention, and according to the budget that it is a constraint that you want to respect, because we mentioned that a public administration or a public investor have a limited financial resources to be invested and allocated for the creation for potentially of a renewable energy community. And we define with the terms K the evaluation criteria that we are now going to investigate which are the most suitable criteria indicators that we can use for accounting and for measuring the performance of some specific area in the perspective for to the creation of the energy communities. We have also attempted to do the effort to investigate what are the data that we are available for accounting the measurement of the performance of the energy communities. We have identified 4 main categories: technical and energetic, environmental, social, and direct and indirect economic impact on the sustainable urban development. There are some different data for each one, have a specific scale of analysis. The challenge is to investigate which are the main data that we have used for expressing in qualitative and quantitative terms different criteria, different performance indicator. In order to obtain these benefits, this data, it is necessary but in the contemporary consider key factors for the success of creating renewable energy communities. The group, the project, the community, the support networking, and the policy guidelines. So after creating a mathematical model that it is helpful for supporting the identification of some specific area for renewing and for creating energy communities, it is important to individualize which are the community of reference where the energy community will be located and potential support networking and helpful and specific and established policy guidelines to reference for guiding the individualization of some specific area for creating energy communities for orienting the measurement performance accounting of these specific energy communities. So this is an ongoing research that we will have to the desire to present, and the future insight regards the implementation of the mathematical model that we have in the phase to construct the building and to promote this effort, promoting a green services infrastructure for orienting the sustainable development of some specific area. And we are investigating the application of this mathematical model for the conversation of the industrial area into the sustainable, eco-sustainable urban parks, according to the rules that are behind the creation of the renewable energy communities. So it's all, and thanks for your attention. Thank you. Okay, so some curiosity, some question about the topic. So, yeah.
I have a question. Well, we worked on a project on sustainable development of industrial areas
Yeah, good.
through the Living Lab creation, activation of living labs with small medium enterprises and public administration, and of course experts in energy and so on.
Yeah.
It's not my favorite subject. The, this kind of data that we can get from this living lab could be useful in order to your model. I mean,
Yeah.
what type of data do you need to?
Yeah, I think that we can classify the type of data according to the scale of analysis that we want to apply. For example, if you want to apply an up-down scale analysis, I think that for this approach, mathematical approach, there are sufficient data that are regarding the region or a large scale territory of analysis that can characterize the context where the community could be allocated. But this type of analysis can be matched with other type of analysis that can be started by the top down, the bottom up. And in this perspective, in this case, I think that your type of analysis could be helpful for testing the output that we can obtain by the model that we are going to propose. Because if it is the aim is oriented for creating the energy communities, we propose a general output that can be the individualization of the best area for creating this one, or the which type of services that we want to put in the creation, in the face of the creation of these energy communities. According to this second point, I think that it could be more interesting to integrate this type of data, because if we want to imagine that one service is the creation of this innovation lab, I think that the connection between the data about which are the main data helpful for characterizing the innovation lab with the provision, with the output about the main services that this innovation lab have inside. And I think that it could be helpful for matching this type of analysis according to the goal that you want to achieve. Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, it's more complex because I think that it is different according to the main objectives, the main goal that you want to pursue. But in general, that it's much more exciting because it is a new thing, and you feel free more to investigate a different way to work.
Because you also you can also apply this model to a district level.
Exactly, yeah.
There are some constraints now in the
renewable
energy
application. Exactly. So there are a lot of special constraints. Yeah, and administrative constraints, because there are a lot of industrial area, bounded industrial area that are managed by different owners, but some of them are located in parts of one municipality and other part in another one. So it is difficult to find a compromised solution for integrating the rules that characterize the one municipality with the other ones. So there are a lot of constraints that during if you want to apply directly the model, it is simple because we have obtained. So we have a different area that we want to convert in community energy. The model restitutes as an output to 1, 4, 7 area and stop. But this solution must be testing according to the needs by who allocate the financial resources for supporting the concrete operation of reconverting. And so the model is could be a helpful instrument in the first step, in the first stage of the study. Yeah. Then the difficulty and the complexity is to test the results with the needs of we want to allocate to use the financial resources.
But the model consider also, for example, the solar exposure.
Yeah, in the perspective to identify the the better solution, the better services that you want to put in within the community energy. For example, if you want to realize a green roofs, green wall, so in this perspective, in this vision, you have to do underlining behind some specific analysis according which type of top flow is better for integrating the photovoltaic or the green roof, and so which the better walls for creating the green walls, which is the better place where creating the retention ponds for collecting water resources. So first, in this more detailed analysis, and for a specific action, there is the need, I think, and I test to do underline behind some other specific study for supporting the feasibility of the action. Yeah, welcome. Okay. Yeah, I just finished. So I just just a moment. I send goodbye everyone. Okay. Okay. So if you can open your video, we have finished this session, and so it is a pleasure to see again a lot of faces that for me are familiar. And thanks for sharing your interesting contribution. I hope and I wish that you have enjoyed this session with more relaxed, more calm, and so I'm sure that I will see you in the next time. Thanks for your sharing, for your joining, and we will see better.
Thank you, Francesco.
Thank you, Francesco. It was a pleasure for us.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. Ciao Rosanna, arrivederci.
Arrivederci a
Bye.
tutti.
Bye bye.
Tutto italiano.
Sì.
Abbiamo fatto lo sforzo di parlare inglese.
Sì.
Buona giornata.
No, ciao Rosanna.
Ciao.
Buona giornata. Ciao Francesco.
Good morning, ciao Enza.
Ciao, good morning all.
The technical person is somewhere here, but very close. But I think that you are free to start and to share where you want. Here in presence we have Del Ponte, Valentina Soraggi, and Daniele Soraggi and Valentina Costa, sorry. They were not able to join the previous session due to accessibility issues to the campus here in Athens, but I think that we can have them.
Yeah, I had them at the end of the fourth presentation. I think that the other four presentations of this section are all virtual, so we have to wait the presenter.
Presenters, yes, I think so.
I hope that they consider the Greek time.
The time, yes. I can show you in the meantime the room so you can see the other presenters.
Many thanks. It's a pleasure. Unfortunately, I'm not there, but I hope you are enjoying the conference in Brussels.
Okay, we can wait maybe a few minutes and then...
Maybe a few minutes, then start, because now I see... there are no one from as presenter, because there is Pong Sakorn, but he isn't an author, and Visit Syrian. Visit Syrian is the second. Maybe are you the presenter for the second presentation? Visit. Visit, can you hear us? I write in chat. If Daniela and Ilaria are there, maybe if no one is here and we have got 5 presentations, we can start with them and then wait for the others.
Yes, this is fine, but yes, it's fine.
Okay, maybe we just wait until 10:05 and then we start.
11:05 in Greece.
11:05, sorry for me. It's 10:05, but yes, 11:05.
Okay.
It's because also in the chat, the time is the Italian time, so I just read. Okay, visit is for the second presentation. So if we have got the presenter for the second presentation, so maybe if Andrea Soccolini and Marco Bizzari are not here, I don't know if Luigi Santopietro has their email contact, because yesterday in another section there was this problem and they contacted the presenter by writing them an email, because they are Italian, so I hope that and they are virtual, so I don't know if they consider the Italian time. Maybe Luigi, can you write to Andrea Soccolini and Marco Bizzari?
Yes, Luigi is not in the room at the moment, but as soon as he joins,
And I think maybe for the second one, the third one, Rodolfo Brancato, Marilena Cozzolino, Vincenzo Gentile, and Sergio Montalbano. They are also Italian and they are not here, so I don't like if they come at 11 Italian time. And the last one, they are not here, so maybe we can start with Daniele Soraggi and Ilaria Del Ponte. Then we continue as the program with the second presentation with Visit. And after that, I hope that someone come in the room.
Okay, I give the floor to you and to the Valentina. Okay.
Okay, so let me say thanks for the organization of this conference. So to the organizer, we have got this very good opportunity to share our research findings and to assist different topics. This is a very big conference, so for me it's a pleasure to chair this section that considers together three different workshops. And the last one, USAM, is I am one of the organizers of this workshop. So today, as planned in the program, we have got 5 presentations. So, okay, Marilena is here. Hi, Marilena. You are the presenter for the third presentation. I just saying that we have got 5 presentations. So I ask to the presenter to keep the time, staying about 10 minutes in order to have just a little bit of time for questions or comments if there are from the audience or from the virtual room. And we start with the third presentation authored by Daniele Soraggi, Ilaria Del Ponte, and Valentina, where she's presenting. The title is Application and Evaluation of a Cross-Fertilization Methodology in AC industry, New Technologies, Digitalization, and Robotization. Is this or no?
No, it's another paper. The one you're citing has already been presented yesterday in another session.
Okay, maybe so if you share, because I haven't this paper in the list, but if you share the screen, we can see the title and the authors.
I don't know if you can see it.
Until now, no. Until now, I continue to see the chat and anyway. Okay, now, okay, in the full screen, perfect. Okay, so Valentina, I leave you the floor, and so we listen with pleasure your presentation.
So good morning to everyone. I'm Valentina Costa. I'm a PhD student from the University of Genoa, and I'm here to present our contribution that we developed together with Professor Ilaria Del Ponte and my colleague Daniele Soraggi. And our work concerns the assessing of infrastructure's sustainability, focusing on Genoa case study. Our assumptions and the ideas that started our work were that infrastructure play a pivotal role in terms of improving regional competitiveness and supporting both individual and freight flows in terms of supply chains and individual mobility, and so in terms of accessibility of regions and territories. But they have a very relevant role also in terms of model shift towards sustainable alternatives. So the development of, as we can say, the right infrastructures may help significantly shifting to sustainable alternatives. But we need to say also that infrastructures and transport sector, and at the same time, are very, very relevant also in terms of environmental impacts, as they produce GHG emissions as well as land consumptions. So we have also many, many criticalities together with infrastructures development. But this kind of interventions had also another problem related to the relevant externalities that they can produce to the context in which they are developed and inserted, in terms of social inclusion, individual well-being, healthcare, accessibility to economical opportunities, as well as basic services. So we try to work on the fact that these externalities and the effects that infrastructure may have on territorial context are usually very difficult to be quantified and monetized, so that traditional cost-benefit analysis prove to be lacking in this sense, so that multidimensional evaluation and assessing systems need to be improved and enhanced in order to support traditional cost-benefit analysis. So we started from this assumption that infrastructure are really, really crucial and pivotal in terms of regional competitiveness, in terms of territorial accessibilities, as well as in terms of significant externalities producing on the context. And it's therefore evident also from the fact that international organizations such as the United Nations, SDGs, as well as national governments try to implement and provide assessing methodologies to evaluate impacts of infrastructural interventions and to support decision-making process of national, regional, and local decision makers. But if we look at the green label system and the sustainability assessment methodologies that have already been provided and implemented for infrastructures, we noticed that two main problems emerge. The first one is that sustainability assessments and labels mainly concerns with new infrastructures, while existing ones are usually not considered, so that quantitative methods and scoring methodologies are evidently easier to be implemented for new infrastructures. But if we look at Western societies and urban centers are usually historical and dense, so that existing infrastructures are more widespread, more than new ones. And the other element is that when we work and when we intervene on historical centers and consolidated urban areas, evaluating procedures need to consider a wider range of aspects, not only the technical and functional elements and impacts related to the infrastructural interventions, but also on the complex scenarios, urban scenarios that surrounds the single interventions, so that these two critical issues should be addressed. It's in some way they represented our research, the research gap that we try to fill. The idea is that when we have a consolidated urban heritage and we need to intervene and to realize infrastructural interventions, we need to consider which are the environmental, morphological, and heritage limits and constraints that shape our intervention. And we need to focus also on the fact that European Commission strategies stress the fact that green infrastructures may be the answer to make both cities more resilient, as well as infrastructural networks more sustainable and efficient also. But in this direction to implement green infrastructures, many sectorial technicalities and know-hows need to be involved, not only mobility and transport related know-hows, but also landscape planning, environmental management, real estate, commercial sector. Since many aspects are involved, complex scenarios should be implemented to evaluate sustainability and intervention prioritization. So that our idea was trying to develop integrated methodologies to evaluate sustainability of existing infrastructural assets and interventions on existing infrastructural assets, coupling this kind of evaluation with scoring methodologies that have been already implemented by national Italian initiatives as well as European initiative to evaluate green footprint and sustainability of new one infrastructures. So our case study was Genoa, which is a city located in northwestern Italy. It counts approximately 500,000 inhabitants, and it's mostly a linear and coastal city, and its infrastructural asset on the city center is constituted by a single infrastructure, which is a viaduct running along the Gulf, and that is the so-called sopraelevata. And that line is the line that you see in dark red in the map, and it connects the highway gates on the western part of the city of the Gulf to the historical center on the eastern part. And this infrastructure was built in 1960s, and nowadays is currently undergoing process of evaluation, since it's kind outdated both from functional and environmental impact, because it's very it has a very strong impact both on the landscape and the visual sea of the city, as well as on the functional aspects is not that performative nowadays. So that Genoa municipalities is evaluating to implement another project, that is the dotted line that you can see running across the Gulf, which is a submarine tunnel that could enable traffic flows to move from the city to the Gulf, just limiting the landscape impact of another infrastructure adding to the existing one. So our research question was to try to assess the sustainability of this coupled intervention that includes both a new and an existing infrastructure. Our methodology is structured into two steps. The first one is that we try to develop multiple scenarios to consider both the national scoring methodology that is being implemented by the Ministry for Infrastructure and Transports to evaluate sustainability of new infrastructures, and to integrate this kind of assessment into a wider scenario, considering also the existing part and the potential outcomes on the urban environment. While the second step was to mainstream the results of the first analysis step into learning by case methodology to identify which approaches and which refunctionalization alternatives could be more proper and appropriate to this case study. At the final step, the results were combined into we can say a scoring methodology, an overall scoring methodology. So in the first step, as I told before, we developed mostly three scenarios. The first one, the first two scenarios deal with the
Sorry, Valentina, 2 minutes, please.
okay. With the fact that the existing infrastructure will be demolished or refunctionalized to support the fact that the submarine tunnel will be constructed. While the other scenario deals with the fact that if submarine tunnel won't be constructed, so the existing infrastructure needs to be retrofitted and refunctionalized, with consequent heavy impacts on the on traffic flows, since this infrastructure is pivotal in local network, and if works need to be implemented, these flows need to be deviated to ordinary transport infrastructures, which lack in Genova. The second step was to consider approximately 30 case studies that can be clustered into these 4 categories: greenery, up and down junction, and smart mobility scenarios that mostly deal with nature-based solutions, with the valorization of the spaces that goes underneath the infrastructure, on connection with the wider network and transport system, as well as the implementation of new smart mobility paths and routes to improve green and smart accessibility. The results of these 2 steps led to the evaluation of these matrices, where the features of the singular case studies that we had identified before are crossed with the 3 scenarios that we developed to evaluate whether intersecting aspects are present, and if these approaches can be implemented in a proper way to Genova case study. In conclusion, we noticed that existing infrastructure needs to be mainstreamed into sustainability levels, protocols, and procedures, even though it's really difficult because existing infrastructures can't be isolated from their context, so that assessing methodologies need to widen their focus from the individual infrastructure to more complex and integrate networks and systems, and that we need always to balance, from one side, the need to develop context-based evaluation and solutions with the need of standardization and replicability of assessing methodology. So I hope I'm in time. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Valentina. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Well, I think this is a very complex methodology, because you put together 2 different perspectives. So I really appreciate your work. Are there any questions from the audience in the room? Please ask to Silvia. She can assist me, or from the other presenter. Maybe also at visit. No.
Yes,
Okay.
me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Visit. Do you have any questions about the presentation of Valentina?
No.
Okay. So Valentina, many thanks again for your presentation, and I hope also that you can improve and deep your research in future application, and also application to other case studies, as you mentioned in your conclusion. So now we skip to the second presentation. I see that Andrea Soccolini and Marco Vizzari are not here. So now we move to the second presentation. The authors are Visit Srian and Kantana Kantraponchai. I don't know if the pronunciation is correct. The title is Palm-Free Dataset Construction with Plant Height Estimation and Plant Counting Tasks. And so I give you the floor, Visit. Maybe you can put in full screen your presentation, if you can. And
Yes,
I
yes,
ask
yes.
also to you to keep on time, so consider 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Can you see my slide? Okay.
And now, yes, okay.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is P.C. Sijan. I'm a student and my professor is Chandrapon. Today we present the palm tree data set construction with plant high estimation and plant. We are from Kasisa University. Okay. Intro. We demonstrate the pipeline drone image analysis with the two task tree counting high estimation. The analysis round drone image is done using open source to first reconstruct the data from palm tree. The open source tool are utilized.
Physip,
Oh, sorry.
sorry. Probably you have some trouble with your microphone or with your audio, because we hear you two times every
I
time.
confirm it.
Okay. I will share microphone.
Probably are the microphone integrated in your earphone. Probably. I suggest you to use the microphone of your PC. Probably is better.
And
It is better.
If you don't use if you use directly the microphone of your computer,
It is better
without using the earphone. Leave the earphone and use just your computer.
This is it is good.
Now, yes, I think.
Feel better.
Okay.
Okay. So, for the intro, we do two tasks. One task is tree counting, and second task is tree height estimation. Our background, this is a web ODM. Is a drone mapping software used to generate map and point cloud. And what is the point cloud? Point cloud is a discrete set of data point in the space that represent 3D shape of object. How we collect data? We fly a drone, collect many picture and put it in web ODM, and it combine as a map of automosaic image and 3D point cloud. And to the high estimation task, the method we use is a linear regression. Linear regression is a supervised machine learning approach. Linear regression analysis is used to predict the value of variable based on the value of another variable. This is a linear regression equation. And in this case, we will use a point cloud high to predict a real tree high. And how we get the real tree high? The high we get from a web ODM point cloud file. As you can see, they have a high measurement tool. We measurement 30 palm tree and save it. And we download the point cloud file and crop the tree separately to one file and take measure it in the point cloud high. Use a bounding box. Bounding box is a min and max value of 3D axis. That you create a bounding box around the object and get the box. Okay, we will go to the bounding box. In this picture, we crop one tree and we use Open 3D library of Python to reduce the noise from underground, and we measure the point cloud high by use the max high minus min high, and we can got a point cloud high. And now we have a tree high and point cloud high. We will use a 70-30 threshold for training and test. This is a model what will look like. This is a training set that have a linear regression graph. And The result of test with the nitrate is 97.4%, and maximum error is 93.5% accuracy. The max error is 18 centimeters. This is a plan high estimation task. For the second task is a plan counting and detecting task. We use a OpenCV library. OpenCV is a library of programming function that used for image processing. And we use the HSV color space to implement it. HSV color space is a hue, saturation, and value that can more adjustable than RGB color space. The method we use is a template matching to detecting. As you can see in the example, we have a messy face and messy picture. We use messy face as a template, and we matching result and can detect the messy point. That's a template matching. In the data pre-processing, we use a CLAM course and we implement the HSV threshold in it. We filter the HSV threshold to cut ground and glass off, that we can see only three on the right bottom side. This is a filter we use. And the data pre-processing, we use a HSV threshold to cut that off and turn it to binary and reduce noise, and use morphological transform to reduce the white hole in the tree, and use a distance transform to make it dense in the center and less dense on the edge. After do that, we do it to a picture we want to detecting and counting to. Then we have a two picture of distance transform, and we do a meshing template. After do a meshing template, is a grayscale. We do a binary to have a black and white color of it. And you can see they have a little dot that is a noise. Then we filter the contour size that make the big contour size is a 3, and we overlapping the picture. This is a result we get. This is a 98.4 accuracy, and we miss the 5.3 because they have a less contour than we setting. 4 of 3 is in the edge of picture. It's not a full tree. One tree is a small tree, and one tree is a rod tree that they have a pale yellow or pale white, like a dead tree. Conclusion, we propose the palm tree data drone set. We describe the protocol step to construct the data set and tools used to manipulate data. All open source tools are utilized. WebODM is starting software to stitch the drone image, and then SFM construction from the direct asset. Cloud Compare is utilize the point cloud cutting and noise cleaning. We demonstrate two tasks based on our dataset: tree high estimation and tree counting. And the future work, we can try to implement HSV threshold to detect disease or mineral deficient trees. In Thailand, we have a base of coconut tree. It named rhinoceros beetle. It fly to the top, eat the young shoot coconut, and dig to the trunk and make it rot and spout egg. That make a coconut die or make a bad coconut fruit. If we found fast, we can save the tree. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you to you, Sirion, for for your presentation. I think that your approach is interesting because there can be there can be several application of your methodology. As you mentioned, for future work, detach disease of mineral deficient trees, but also I can mention application also in the field of urban mobility, transport planning, and so on. So good luck for your research. Are there any questions for visit from the audience or from the others in this room? Or some comments?
No.
Okay. So now, thank you again, Visit. We will move to the third presentation. I see that there is Marilena Cozzolino with us. Maybe she's the presenter. Yes. Hi, Marilena. So now we have got this work authored by Rodolfo Brancato, Marilena Cozzolino, Vincenzo Gentile, and Sergio Montalbano. The title is Multidisciplinary Research at the Castle of Santa Pau di Godia Ubea, Italy. New data for the research, protection, and enhancement of the archaeological site. So I give the floor to Marilena.
Yes.
Please keep the time as the other presenter, about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you very much.
Can you see my screen? Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
in the
okay,
full presentation. Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to present this work relative to research at the Castle of Santa Pau, and where different diagnostic methods were applied in order to enrich the knowledge of the site and plan future archaeological activities, and above all develop restoration projects. And the castle is located in Sicily, in Italy, and it was for centuries one of the most important fortress of the Sicilian feudal system. In fact, it appears for the first time in some documents of the Angevin Statute of the Sicilian Castle in 1274. And however, there are numerous hypotheses of an older castrum from the Middle Age. There are traces of a Byzantine occupation that was probably obliterated by the Islamic occupation that was in the 19th century. And the castle today is reduced to a state of ruins, as you can see in the picture. And this state is also the consequence of different earthquakes and also the demolition occurred during the fascist period, and also is a consequence of abandonment and neglect. And in the frame of general project of study of the territory of Catania and Ragusa, a focus was dedicated to the castle. In detail, traditional archaeological surveys were integrated with proximal remote sensing and geophysical prospections. And the use of drones with RGB and thermal cameras was useful for documenting visible walls. Instead, on the other side, the geophysical prospection were applied with the aim to imagine invisible targets still buried into the soil. As regards the photogrammetric data set, it was processed using Agisoft Medas shapes, and here you can see the 3D model of the hill showing the camera position. And the main output is the production of an high resolution orthophoto that here is georeferenced in a geographical information system, and work is still ongoing. Now archaeologists are drawing each trace of structures, and this drawing is still under construction. And here the image was used to locate geophysical prospection. We worked in two areas, on the hill with the area A, and at the bottom where we cannot use all methods because of hard condition of soils. Here instead is presented the thermal image. Also, this image is still under analysis, but anyway, the image highlights with the high values of temperature the walls of the castle. Instead, the data set was used also for obtaining a digital elevation model of the top of the hill. And from this model, we can see the irregular plan of the castle that is similar to a pentagon. In the southern side, there is a rectangular structure that flanking the main building, and we can recognize 3 towers. Here, in proximity of the yellow circle, a cavity was recently discovered. Here there are the result of geophysical prospection at the top of the hill with the electromagnetic methods on the left and georadar on the right of the image. Albeit the different resolution, the maps highlight different areas with the typical values compared with the average values measured. And in particular, around the recently discovered cavity, the anomalies define the probable size of the void that is, in this case, partially filled with backfill material. And it appears to be about 6 meters for 7 meters. Elsewhere, while EMI electromagnetic prospection broadly indicates areas with high resistivities, the georadar with the better resolution allow to define the shape of probable rooms into the soil. In this point, it seems to be in accordance with the visible structures. The electrical resistivity instead confirmed the presence of shallow anomalies detected with the georadar. In each point marked with an arrow, we can suppose parts of walls. And in particular, the second one that was realized in proximity of the cavity give us an idea of the depth of the void that is probably a tank that is about 3 meters in depth. And finally, we realized also seismic tomography in collaboration with the Geophysical Institute of Israel. Of course, this method has different resolution respect to the georadar and the other methods that we used, but gives us an idea of the thickness of the filling materials and the presence of the hard rock inside the investigated area. And finally, in area B, in the southern area, we cannot different resistivity highs. In this point, in particular, anomalies are in accordance with walls that are already excavated, and we can suppose the presence in this point of different rooms under the soil that are in accordance with the southern side of the circuit. In conclusion, this work provided a preventive assessment of the archaeological interest of the site, and behind the differences in the operating principles of the applied methods, and also the type of instrument that we used, the common objective was to provide as many elements as possible for a general evaluation of the site. And thanks to the integration of several techniques, the same geophysical anomalies were found, and which, despite having been detected throughout various physical anomalies, identified the same buried object. However, it's fundamental a direct investigation with archaeological excavation in order to complete the study of the area. And with this, I conclude my speech, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Marilena. For me, it was interesting to see the case study application, because I'm Sicilian, so I know the site that you analyze. So I listen you with very curiosity and interesting about the application. So, from the audience in the room, are there any question or comments?
No.
Okay. So thank you very much again, Marilena. Now, following the program, we have the other two presentations. The first one from Andrea Soccolini and Marco Vizzari, and the last one from a lot of authors. But and they are planned as a virtual presentation. But here in the virtual room, I don't see no one as a presenter. So maybe we can just wait a few minutes, or leave, or stay in the room and wait until, let me say, Luigi, until what time?
5 to 12.
Okay.
If there's no problem, 5 to 12.
Okay. Yeah, I can say. I don't know if the others in the room want to move or change. Yeah, I can wait without any problems here, but I don't know if there are other parallel section, and maybe if they want, they can move and follow other presentation.
Yeah, we are waiting for the last one.
Yes. Yeah, we wait.
Once, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Luigi.
You're welcome.
But I'd like to say thanks to all for the participation to this section. I would like to thank the presenter for for showing us their research, and I hope that these topics that were very different from each other could capture the interest of the audience. And so thank you again to all, but we continue to stay here maybe for the others. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Luigi, I think that no one is coming.
Yeah, Vincenza, can you see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we the time is lapsed, so we can conclude the session because the last presentation was at 12 o'clock a.m.
Yes.
So
Yes.
nobody is present, and I think that we can conclude successfully this session.
Okay, Luigi. Do you know if we as chair do we have to complete a questionnaire
Yeah, yeah,
about the presentation? Because at the end I know that there is the best paper award
yeah,
for
yeah,
each workshop, but I
yeah.
didn't receive nothing.
Yeah, I sent you an email with the link. Okay,
Okay.
okay. So thank you, Vincenza,
Thank you
and
to all. I don't know if others are in the room.
yeah, yeah, yeah. They are here.
Okay, if there are my colleagues, I give them a big hug.
So we conclude with and this is our say bye bye.
Okay, thank you very much, Luigi. Bye bye to all and enjoy the rest of the conference.
You too have a good day.
Thank you very much. Bye, Luigi. So now I stop the.
Yeah, yeah. I shared the break.
Okay, perfect.
No,
Bye,
bye.
Luigi. Bye.
Bye.